Chapter 6, so I call the second meeting of the City Budget Committee to order. First up is approval of the minutes from May 1st of 2024. Are there any corrections, typographical things that need fixing, spellings of things? Everybody had a chance to read them? Yep. If there's nothing that needs changing, then somebody would like to move to approve them.
A motion, we approve the minutes from May 1st.
Second. Okay. A motion and a second to approve minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes approved. Okay, next up, general fund from department heads. And first up is Neil, Abigail / Neil. It's Neil. Yeah. She's wise. She hears me enough.
Before Chief starts, can I just mention that we got lots of questions. Thank you all for your questions in advance. I sent some of them out just kind of late today, so I have paper copies on the chairs here if you need copies, and then those of you online, they are in your email. One set I think was set before noon, and another set was set around 5 o'clock. And so as you go through today, if you have questions, either follow up or questions for next week, the sooner we can get those, the better. And we have to just start planning the advice. Thank you. Oh, and my last piece about this is if some of the questions I edited for clarity. So if I did not properly capture your question or we did not fully answer your question, let us know that as well. Thanks. How are you? All right. Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
No worries. You need to.
I stopped at 30.
And if you have a problem, there's at the restaurant,
Right.
there's a break fix station.
Yeah.
Right. Like sitting there and.
There was, no.
Okay.
What site?
This will be last week.
Yeah, there's 3 sets.
Right there, yep.
Now you got your, I don't know what they call
You'll make sure to turn on the microphone.
file collection.
Excellent.
Well, thank you for having me. We'll go over a little presentation of the department and then my actual budget starts on page 32 of your budget book. Well, this is my 13th budget message. Halfway there, I have that 3 years. I would say it's my 3rd year because I have 3rd year into potential retirement. So yeah, I'm Neil Holsey, City Police Chief for the City of Hood River. Been in this position for 13 years. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years this month. So prior to this, I worked for the Sheriff's Office. So happy to do the job, still enjoy it, still love the people. So just going to give you a quick presentation, a little bit what we did, a little bit of statistics and stats, what occurred within our department for the year. First part's going to be a little, I've never been kind of a brag, pat our back, but we did win some awards here this last year. And it was kind of exciting for a small rural organization to be recognized for the state of Oregon is pretty awesome. So got a few of those slides. So it's just our mission statement. I'm really strong in proactive enforcement, proactive service, but still committed to, I always tell people we have policies and procedures, but if you act from your heart, and it was the right move to do, and it didn't quite line up with policy, we definitely weigh that out in things that happen in situations. So when I say proactive, if you're not on calls, you need to be driving around, you need to be looking around. We have people stop playgrounds and hand out little stickers that Hood River Police junior badge stickers and such. So definitely be involved in the community, especially during day shifts. So. Here's the first big one. So this year we were actually recognized in April 4th for through the Oregon Municipal Multiple Disciplinary Task Force, which represents Oregon. It was actually a team that recognizes because of DUI enforcement. We had 3 nominations for us. One was the district attorney and the prevention for the county, and I don't know who the third one was. This wasn't due to like we were rock star numbers and we were outstanding because of all the people we took off the road for impaired driving. There were several criteria you had to meet. One was education back into the community for that we do service work with Belinda's prevention programs for servers and such for their training and stuff like that. And just education within this community itself. We also during our conviction rate, all our cases that went to court this last year, we were 100% success rate. So we won every case that was brought forth in the judicial system. So that's pretty impressive. And on this same night is another award. Sergeant Delancey actually won the Drug Recognition Expert of the Year award for the state of Oregon. He was the only one in the state of Oregon that won this award. 1.1% of all certified law enforcement officers have this certification, and there's close to 1 million police officers. So it's pretty impressive. On top of that, he won the 2021 DUI Officer of the Year. So it's pretty impressive the last few years. What Abigail doesn't know, we were reached out this weekend that he has been approved and selected through Oregon to actually go to a national conference in Washington, D.C., all inclusive, paid for by Oregon State Police Director DRE program. So pretty excited about that. We haven't seen any information other than emails saying, hey, you've been recognized. We'd love you to attend Washington, D.C. So for his hard work, it was pretty exciting to see. And this doesn't really reflect our budget, but I think this is important, especially for council, because we've heard a lot of narrative in regards to assisting the district attorney's office with funding, and funding ultimately would come out of my general fund. And this is very important to kind of highlight. So because of our hard work, the Hood River County District Attorney's Office has actually been awarded a 2.5-year DUI prosecutor, which after all said and done, it calculates about $350,000 that will be granted to them for a prosecutor for 2.5 years. And they've really worked with the county very well as far as this is kind of a nominal as far as the way they broke it down. First year, 100%, second year, 86%, and then the third year, 80%. So what it means is the county has to pick up the residual of that percentage to fund that person. At the end of the day, it's 34% of a 1-year salary at the end of the day for the 3-year program. So they were very generous. Most of these step grants are usually 100%, 75%, 50%. So they really, this is the first time they've ever done this. ODOT's reached out to a county and said, hey, we want to try this pilot program. So they saw the work we were doing and actually contacted the district attorney. Whoops. Full-time certified officers. This is kind of, I was thinking about this stuff, and Chris last week mentioned the 68% of all cities. I think it was the League of Oregon Cities survey said all services in increasing based on that survey review results. And this kind of, I kind of looked at this. So in 2007-8, which actually it occurred 20 years ago in 2004, we had 15 police officers. Today, we have 15 police officers. So the level of service we're doing today, we had the same number 20 years ago. In fact, my lieutenant, I was talking to him today and I said, how many do we have when you started? He's been here for 21 years. And he goes, 15. So it's kind of impressive to see this. We did have a drop based on the economy and getting the city right. And today we're in a great place because of that. This kind of, again, resembles that. 2008, we had 5,911 calls for service with our 15 officers. This last year, we had 15,206 calls, 157% increase from 08 to today. Substantial with the same level of officers we're having on staff. Calls for service. Again, this is that 68% that cities are seeing the impact based on services demand. We increased ours by 19% from 2022 to 2023. As you see, it's 12,829 to the 15,206 at the bottom right there. So definitely are bouncing back, as you can see, the pandemic mode to where we are today. Pre-pandemic, 2019, we had 15,359. So we're definitely getting back into that ballpark where we previously had calls for service. Report writing. I always say this is important because people are like, why report writing? Of those 15,000 plus calls that are really serious or need extra attention require report writing. We document everything that has that level of service that needs to be done outside a CAD. It's a note that we put in the 911 system. So this last year, we had an increase of 6% of those calls for service where officers had to go back to the office and actually sit and write reports and dictate what happened during the incident. So arrest, I think someone asked me about the increases of arrest. In 2022, we had 990. This last year, we had 1,171. Two of the biggest factors on that memo, one, we had an additional 105 impaired drivers arrests, which is substantial. I think I tell, as far as the DUIs, this is probably our pinnacle year. We had a couple of really good police officers, one that just went to Washington State Police that really recognized impaired drivers. Unfortunately, they lost them for across the river. This is kind of a breakdown. We can have a list super long as far as crimes that have been committed and what's been documented. Over the years, I've just kind of captured what council would like to see in our community. And this is kind of that generic list that we've kind of capsulized of what's occurring. So, I mean, you can just look over that a little bit. You can see the DUIs from 189 last year or the year before to 294. The other one that I mentioned was theft. We're at 92 2022, and this last year we were 124. We definitely seen an increased tick on thefts. A lot of district attorneys will mention when the Measure 110 passed, our person-to-person and theft crimes just went out of this world for all communities. It wasn't just ours. So, and we are kind of a victim of proximity. I always tell Abigail, people come into our small community right off the freeway, dash in, grab the bike that's sitting on that isn't locked and open, exposed, and then they get back on the freeway and head west or east from here. So DUI arrests, as I'd mentioned, we definitely see the substantial increase this last year. Of that increase, what one number is very interesting is of that increase of the 294 that we actually arrested for impaired driving, 38% of those were actually drug related. So they were impaired based on drugs, not of actual alcohol. They were fentanyl, methamphetamine, and THC, such like that. So narcotics as well, prescription drugs as well. So that's a pretty high number. That was one of the recognitions of the Oregon Task Force, recognized that of all we did, 38% of those were actually recognized drug impaired driving, which was pretty substantial for a small organization. Drug arrest. The number did go up 7%. As you know, House Bill 110 was approved in 2020. We saw a substantial decrease based on that, but it has gone up. With the new House Bill 4002 coming into effect, that's the kind of reform the House Bill 110. More of anything is just getting a little teeth behind it to hopefully get these people into treatment programs. As of right now, there's no teeth in that. It's you get a citation for $100, or you go online and pay $10 and do a 1-800 number and do an evaluation. So legislation spent a lot of time. That's a quick session, but they're hoping with this new revived statute or revived House bill that it'll actually bring a little teeth into organizations in the system that we can get these people that are needing the assistance to some treatments. So, and I was in a little show and tell. This is kind of like, a lot of people don't realize what's coming off our streets. With the drug arrests, as you say, there was what, 70 some last year? That's like 6 a month. So this is what we're getting off the streets, 6 a month. Because when we say it's a drug arrest, it's not user amount because it doesn't fall into a crime. We're talking about this thing. So we always say with drugs come money, with money comes guns. So as you'll see in most of these photos, that's pretty much the routine of, these traffic stops. Again, every one of them came off somewhere on our roadway within our community, so. All different, all from this last year. I'm assuming you're familiar with some of those pills and such. Fentanyl was the blue, Keeps. The meth was the one in the Ziplocs. This was kind of interesting. I like this one, the upper left. We took that assault rifle off an individual that had some drugs, but he painted it to make it look like a toy gun. This is kind of where we look as the Columbia Gorge. So the district attorney's office pulls statistics every quarter for the commissioners. And so I pulled this from her, what she had done from January 1 of 2023 to the end of the year. So it looks like where Hood River is. We are on the left, 15 officers. We had 672 of our cases went through her office. Hood River Sheriff's Office had 185 during that time, 20 officers or deputies. Oregon State Police, which they represent several counties within their district attorney's office, whether it's Sherman, Hood River, Bosco. But what she handled within our office here, 24 office troopers, with 141 cases. So we definitely are a substantial load of her caseload as municipality. Training for this year, where it looks like we're about the same track. We have currently, I say, 14 officers. We just can't get that one officer hired. We keep trying and it just hasn't been working out for us.
Is that a housing situation or just?
We've, for us, yes, and yes. Housing, financial creates not to be able to purchase housing. The last two we've lost were due to, they left the community. One to Boise, one went to cross the river to Washington State Police. Smaller municipalities will never be able to compete with state funding as far as what they're making, and so you get a really good officer. I was telling Abigail, I kind of feel good about myself as we lose it. I'm thinking they're going to great agencies. Like we're doing a great job. If we're training these people up and they're going to great agencies, you ought to look at the half full glass. We're doing good things, to make great officers. Training. People ask about, how much training we get as far as law enforcement. This last year, we documented 2,661 hours of training. Of those full-time was the 2,426. And we have a reserve program. Those are volunteers, and they calculated 235 hours. This is actually a very current picture. We took that not too long ago. They needed it for that conference of some of the officers that were available that day. Our training is everything from bias training to ethics. There's a variety of required by the state statute. Legislatively, we're required to do use of force, firearms range and such like that. CPR, first aid. Community outreach and events involved. We average about 2 a month. Right now, actually, we have a Boy Scout group that just came in downstairs as I was like shuffling upstairs. As you can see, Shop with the Cop that's come back. The upper right is we've given a lot of small daycare, small kind of kids care, I guess you would say, groups that come in and just want to look at the office and such. Parking enforcement, bottom right. I don't know if you've ever met her. She walks the streets daily. Again, some more pictures. One note I'd love to say is the upper right. Jennifer, she's our parking enforcement. We got her certified to be a car seat safety technician. So we thought, what a better person than someone that's walking the streets and actually seeing the day-to-day people parking with their kiddos and dealing with those situations. She puts on clinics with the fire department and Oregon State Police and the Easter egg, community Easter egg hunt. You'll see her up there doing those things. Brought back after COVID. We haven't done it for years, but there's a great involvement for our community Special Olympics bowling on the bottom right. Code enforcement and parking. Quick note on this. Parking citations, we're averaging pretty consistent of about 5,000 citations a year in regards to parking enforcement. Definitely, if you look at the 2019, I was like, why is this? We were at 10,000. Pre-technology. We got pay by app, started in 2020. We started getting rid of those darn coin operated Dunkins that no one got back in time. So we as a community, I really believe as a city, are doing great things as far as we're issuing parking citations. But because of the technology we brought into the community, we are definitely decreasing it substantially. It's good to see. Some of the parking citations, just a breakdown of what they are, quick note on that. One note I would say, parking over 1 week, it's the midpoint, just under the P's there. That's the new ordinance. That's the one that we passed a few months ago, as far as trying to deal with vehicles that was there for a substantial amount of time. Council, we all agreed to 7 days would be a good number. Most communities have 72 hours. We thought 7 days was appropriate. So we've issued 71 of those. And that was really early on, trying to get those that we had some community members coming and talking that, vehicles been here for a couple of years. What do we need to do? And this has actually helped 100% changing the behavior. Code enforcement definitely has increased from the 288 to the 393. That is definitely to deal with the new 7-day rule, just with one touch of putting a warning or a citation out on a vehicle. And a little bit more of this STRs is another thing. We've kind of got there for a while, got involved in that. Will was involved with that. And another is Public Works. I was talking to Marty, and that does code enforcement. New fresh eyes. He's got 2 positions, Randy and John, that have taken over new positions there. Fresh eyes has created more, hey, I'm making aware of things. It just wasn't a normal habit. They're like, hey, we need to look into this. So definitely seen an increase on that. That's it. Quick overview. So I've got budget numbers. I don't know if you have any questions on the actual overview of the department.
Any questions so far?
Nope. So my budget is pretty blah. I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I've been, in the 13 years I've ran the police department budget, I've never exceeded the budget numbers ever. Never had to come to the council for contingency. Not to say that won't happen someday, but I've been very fortunate to meet within the budget. The only couple of things I'd like to highlight is that I know someone's mentioned, we took office supplies and operating materials and combined those into one, because as we both all sat down and go, what's the difference? It was splitting hairs. So this has actually helped us doing as far as our ledgers to make it more clean and easier. The second one that I would like to highlight is contract services. Contract services have increased substantially. If you see 21%, there's something there that I'm excited. I've pushed for gosh, 5 years probably now, is our evidence server downstairs. It collects all our digital data, whether that's in-car video systems or body cam video. We're actually now officially going to cloud, which is exciting. For years, we had a hard drive, and every 4 years, we stretched it anywhere from $30,000-$40,000 to get enough terabytes and stability and continuously. So we had to always make sure it was safe. So this budget is increased due to that. The city and the police department now is moving forward with all digital evidence is going to the cloud, which is really good. It is a first year. It's a small hit for ours transitioning all the information we have locally into the cloud. So the first year is $8,000 and some change, but after that, it's about $4,600 a year thereafter. So it's in-service training for 3 days and then transitioning all the data for this year. And then next year, that number will actually go down about $3,300. So good to see. Contract services for animal control. The county came to Abigail and stated that they would like to increase animal control services. Our community, our city, several years ago, pre-Abigail, we had an interim city manager that negotiated with the county for an animal control extra hours. You all pay into the county taxes somewhere, but this is above and beyond that. So it's been at the same level for several years, and the county just came back and increased that. It was about $25,300. This first year is about $31,000, increased about $6,000 that they came back for contract services for us. So animal control, what they would do is we see them only during their work week, 40 hours. They either do the county or the city. During that time, they take animal control calls. And that's like a 8 to 4 position. So anything outside those hours, Patrol handles those and lodges them into the volunteer animal control shelter out in Odell. Yes, Megan?
What would happen if we didn't agree to this increase?
Well, that would be something that city manager and Allison from the county would have to hash that out, so.
I think the biggest concern is, that we cannot contract directly with the shelter, so we wouldn't have a place to actually house them and stuff. Like, if we were to get an animal, we wouldn't have a place to house it.
What do we do with animals now outside of this 8 to 4 realm?
So if we actually encounter an animal, we take them to the Hukari Animal Shelter in Odell. That's where they all go, and then when we drop them off there, Hukari Animal Shelter, but it's called something else. I'm old, it used to be called Hukari Animal Shelter.
Adopt a dog.
Adopt a dog. So they actually take care of those. So my understanding is the county owns the building, Adopt a Dog leases the building from the county. And our understanding is because of that, there's a subsection in the contract with Adopt a Dog, and the county says the Adopt a Dog cannot provide service to another agency unless it's the same or more than Hood River County's paying, is what I understand reading that memo.
We'll
So,
be bringing this to you in a couple weeks.
yeah. And the other option we have, you know, the Dallas PD has their own animal shelter, or animal control, Home at Last in the Dallas, but man, that's substantial to take a stray dog. Just to take a human being there, it cuts us into at least an hour where when you got 2 men on in a day, or officers, it's tough. So that's our only option is right now, so.
I don't love them unilaterally just deciding what amount we have to pay.
Yeah, and I was looking into it earlier because I was trying to figure out, could we have other options? It was a 6-month contract as far as separation. We had to give each party 6 months, either or wanted to separate the contract, so.
Well, or even if we keep the contract, I don't necessarily want to agree to whatever number they've said to raise it, but.
Yeah, and they've actually, Abigail could probably, they definitely brought in some statistic of what this is, and we're paying 30% of the overall cost of, I think it must be animal control's wage. But again, she's here for 40 hours. She's here at the city or the county. She's here. I mean, I could.
You're well aware, I also think city residents have already paid for this. So.
And I'm being very politically correct. Because we've talked behind closed doors and she knows how I feel.
Okay, well, but so this.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Policy decision for the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
The county considers the licensing program and other pieces as part of the service they're providing.
Okay, well, so we'll discuss later. but
Yeah.
For right now, the budget allows.
That's
this
right.
increase.
There is movement in the budget to allow this to happen.
Not signed.
And just like, so the Dallas PD, because I've been comparing and saying, what shall we do? Because I'm with you, 30 years in government, but I'm also believe that we need to watch the pennies. Is the Dallas PD pays about $45,000 for a contract with Home at Last. But that's, and it's kind of like us, it's all inclusive use. There's as many dogs as they want, or cats they want to drop off, they're allowed to. So you're looking at that number, didn't feel so bad at the 31,000 and some change when they came to the first proposal. It will increase next year. So, but as of right now, yeah, we don't have, you know, we don't have option 2 as far as where do we house these unless we took them to the Dalles. And I don't even know if that's possible based on a contract they might have, so,
Okay, well, I think for tonight.
yeah.
I'll
It's difficult because it's a lot like, as you know, you've been in conversation with the district attorney's office and funding that. That's why I brought up $350,000 is as a county resident, I'm a county of Pine Grove. We pay into the county, you as city residents pay into the county, you know, we all have a slice of that pie, so exactly right. So how do you define what's enough that city resident's supposed to pay to equal out? I don't know. So contract services, we said animal control, we said the new, very excited, cloud-based evidence. And there was one more RV. Thank you. So we're in a part of our lives in Hood River is in all communities. Abigail will tell you amazing stories from Beaverton, what they pay. There's no RV or towing company that will take RVs any longer. Due to the hazardous materials and waste within them, and no one wants to take them any longer. So reached out to the Dalles to see what they were doing as far as code enforcement. Guzman Towing in Hood River County, actually will do them, but they have a fee that he's charging. It's $2,500 per RV. Which they think it's a pretty good deal. And it's our only option. If we got to a point where we actually had to tow an RV off the premises, he states that that's about just a little under what, after he scraps, I mean, if he can, because of what's inside of it. Pretty good deal. So have we ever had to, we've had, in my tenure here, we've towed a couple of them. And it was really just up to his yard, and there was some cooperation with the RV owner, and they worked that out civilly. So we really have never been billed for that. So we've been very fortunate. So, but we needed to put a placeholder because that's where all communities going. I believe Abigail said you had a $50,000 budget to tow disabled RVs when she was in the city of Beaverton. So
A few more RVs.
yeah, a few more RVs, but you know, it's
Yeah,
unfortunately that's where we're at. No one wants to take them.
I just want to have a quick note, and this is on me, communicating these changes on contract services. This RV portion may not have made it to this budget. And so there is a possibility we will talk about an increase in this contract services. As it relates to this RV.
And we all thought about what do we do for putting a placeholder number there? We put 2 RVs a year. We thought, you know, that's appropriate. If we don't tow an RV, it just rolls over back into the general fund. So we just needed a placeholder. No, we had the availability and the teeth. If we ever said, hey, we need to do this, we can do it. So that's where we're at on that. So outside that, that's my exciting budget.
Actually, I'll add one.
Oh, sorry.
No, so the police union is in the middle of contract negotiations. At the time of the budget, we just sort of took a guess as to where those negotiations would land. I think that at least from a current budget standpoint, what was negotiated might be a little bit higher than what's in this number. And so we will also probably not have the slight increase in the overall wages that were resulting on where we think those negotiations will.
And you guys did go ahead, sir.
I
Sorry.
just have a question on the admin services. It looks like that's an increase of 25%.
Yeah, so the admin services, department heads have no control over that. That's ran in-house through finances, which spread out through. Admin services are spread out through the whole system of the city, where it's in the attorney, Abigail, HR, that's all funded within there, Chris, and that's spread out through all departments based on, I'm assuming, per employee.
Yeah, and that number is gonna go down. So this is an over allocation. There was not, the URA also contributes to that admin portion. So it contributes fairly substantially. I'll talk about it in my portion of the presentation. So that the admin allocation will go down, but he's correct. He doesn't, that's not controlled by him.
And that number will go down about 26,000 based on new numbers.
Yeah.
So.
What about the facility maintenance, the 15,000? What was that?
Yeah, that's kind of, again, that's a new placeholder. Again, the county came to the city, Allison came to Abigail and said, hey, we have this $40,000 grant that the circuit courts have received. We'd like to do another study to see what that would look like to do a joint facility, police fire. So we put a placeholder in there of what we thought. We're looking, if you look at all the agencies that are gonna go in there, sheriff's office, admin potentially for the county, the courts. We're looking at 70,000 square foot building plus. And we're looking right now, the last study we did for our department was about 13,000 square feet of we're basically a small footprint of a building. So we thought a $15,000 placeholder, if we got to that point, would be available to look at that study if we wanted to dive in, or if it's even feasible to dive in. Other part of that is if we don't move forward with something, we as a city need to look, we have to do something. We're just blowing out our seams as far as square footage and employees we have today. So we also thought, well, money available already earmarked. That someday down the road, if we have to do a study downstairs, like maybe hire an engineer or an architect and say, hey, we can't go anywhere. What can we do with the square footage we have? Or that to blow out walls, which I don't think we can, and such. So we thought that twofold. One was the purpose, the county, but the other twofold was potential to utilize that for what can we do as a city if or where we're at.
And I believe, the county administrator will be coming to a council meeting either on the 28th or sometime in June to talk about the study that I have planned and whether we want to participate.
Anything else? Rudy, I haven't caught my first springer.
No one has.
I know, haven't, yeah,
You're right there.
okay. I look at the river every morning I get up.
Ernie's fishing out west. We're talking about it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, I appreciate it. I'm gonna leave this on for you, Lynn.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't know about that, but. What do you close? Just the X? This one? Yeah, right here, right? I didn't want to close his structure. I think we had it on twice.
Right, close right now.
No, if you hit right here.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, appreciate it. About that.
Next up, we can talk about fire trucks on page 39.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, my name is Leonard Damian. I'm your fire chief for the city. I don't have years like Neil, but this is my 7th budget, which is surprising for me to say out loud, but I've been in this business in Oregon 30 years and 35 overall. So we'll get into some of that in a little bit. All right, so just like Grant had said, page 39 of the budget book. So tonight, we're gonna talk about services and outcomes, some budget requests, and then future challenges. And I will preface this, I hate following Neil for the 7th year in a row. I don't have a community slideshow and I keep telling myself I'll take pictures, but I don't. So I'll apologize right now. So for what we do, so your fire department provides fire and EMS protection 24/7, 365 days a year. So we're the only fully staffed fire department in Hood River County. We're your only fully staffed fire department between Gresham and the Dalles. And I would even say that's on both sides of the river. So that puts a lot of pressure on us. So that little squiggly line you see on the top right in blue, that's your city. The yellow, the purple below that, and the little weird bluish color to the right of that, that's Wasco County. That's our ambulance service area. So that's 145 square miles that we're responsible for. So when I talk about call volume or service delivery, bear in mind, it's not broken out between city and everyone else. It's just what we do. Okay, so if there's questions about what we do, it's in all of this area. So what you have, 16 firefighters are on shift. It's 5 a day, and we supplement it with that 1. So 3 times 5 is 15 to 1. One person through a grant, which I'll talk about in a second. That person works a 40-hour work week, Tuesday through Saturday. So that was someone had a question about the state fire marshal's grant. That grant was applied for and received because of the pressure that we have during our day. So during the summer when we have all the visitors, during the winter months when we have all the inclement weather, and then all the other times when all our neighbors can't respond to calls, we're just stretched super thin. So that's why this one person has made a giant impact. So our call volume, it's up 7% from last year, and I did this through the fiscal year. And then since I've been here, it's up almost 39%. And that's just overall. So that's city, county, across the river, we go everywhere. So we probably go across the river once a month. So Trout Lake, Lyle, we went to Lyle a few weeks ago. So it's not just Hood River that we respond to. So if you see us going around code 3, it may not be in the city. So just for what it's worth. And then this little graph that you see, the yellow is our present fiscal year, the blue line is the fiscal year prior, and then those little bar graphs are the months for the fiscal years you see below. If you want that level of detail, I'm glad to share. One of the biggest drivers of our call volume is this right here, and it's interfacility transfers. So overall, we're up from last year almost 27%. I don't know what the reason is. It's a lot. And what that means to you is we take an ambulance and staff, go to the hospital, take a patient who needs critical care more than our local hospital to a hospital, the airport, a plane in Dallasport to get further care. So we're gone taking people that we maybe previously transported to the hospital and then having to take them to further care. So we're up overall, just in transfers, since I've been here, 71%. That's not just because we're saying we couldn't say yes before because our staffing levels were low. Mayor, we remember, some of you may remember that our staffing levels, we were down several people because of budgetary cuts. So we couldn't take these transfers. So that's in one part of the increase. The other part, we're just busier than ever with it. So we average just over one a day with that. So outcomes. So we talked about the service delivery being up, the grant. So I wrote a grant last year. Council approved for the grant process. We were awarded this grant through the State Fire Marshal's office. It's a matching grant, and that allowed us to staff this 40-hour position. We had been getting a wildland capacity grant, so because we're an area, but all our neighbors applied for the same grant, and because we've been getting them, we didn't get it this summer, but previously the person that was working a 40, we would move them to a 10-hour shift and then cover those other days. So we were able to sweep out coverage 7 days a week and then 2 more hours every day. So this summer it'd be a little bit different. If you remember last budget, for those that were on the budget committee, we asked for a Lucas device. This Lucas device has been used 8 times in the county. It's been a huge help for us because it literally takes a rescuer away from having to do manual chest compressions to do other skills. So like I said, we go into the county with an ambulance. Having essentially a third person that's a robot makes a huge difference, but it also does efficient CPR. It never gets tired. It's been a huge game changer. So we're hoping that the county, other agencies will also be getting these devices. So it's been huge. So I want to say thank you. Part of the budget, though not part of the budget request, is through our large capital replacement program. This last year and a half, we've been working on a fire engine from the design all the way out to what you see in pictures today. That's going to be coming this December. So that's a huge thing. So I believe Megan asked a question about, or maybe it was, no, sorry, Megan, it was Gary that asked a question about ambulances. So hopefully that question you asked Gary was good to go. But yeah, everything's on a replacement schedule. Everything's listed in that, and for how much replacement costs, what we paid, how much we get for salvage or surplusing it. If you need more detail, we can talk about that. So the other big safety and performance issues that we're dealing with is succession planning. So we have a lot of people leaving. So just Captain Arista leaving, he's retiring after 27 years. We had to create and do a captain's promotional process. We had to create and do a lieutenant's promotional process. We had to do an entry-level hiring process. So thank goodness, someone by the name of Sandy is with the city. That was a huge help with some of that. She's not done one of these before for the fire department. We do have a sort of an established process, but it was helpful for me to have someone help with this process. So that means that Captain Arista is retiring. Jeremy Cervantes will be taking his spot as a captain. A gentleman by the name of Will McKinley will be a new lieutenant. And then we have a job offer and the person's in background checks right now. So that name will be coming pretty soon. So a lot of big changes for the fire department. So budget. So we talked about the replacement engine. That's about $900,000, just if you're curious about dollars. And then we have this giant Medicare audit, which I just talked to our finance director about it earlier today and not too long ago. That's approximately $35,000. That's a carryover. So this thing is a continuation I'll just say continuation of pain, but it's a continuation of a project that doesn't seem to be ending. But we had our NPI, which is our Medicare number, randomly drawn. So we won the lottery a year ago. And so we're just going through the gamut of getting all the paperwork ready for this large audit. So that's needs to be carried over because the invoice won't be coming this fiscal year.
So Larry and Chris, that 35 isn't in this?
I was notified after the budget,
Oh, okay.
so
So
that will be a change.
All right, so future challenges. So we talked about service demands, and I guess I just want to impress that you guys know that when we talk about the numbers, it's not just the city of Hood River. Our report writing system isn't as robust to be able to break it out to provide that data set for you, but I can easily provide that at another budget or another request for that time. But we are up just 7% in call volume. And again, most of that is our interfacility transfers. And then overall, since I've been here, it's like I said, nearly 39%. So quite a bit. The drivers, like I mentioned, is the transfers. And then most of these happen during the day. So I will take a step back. Before adding the person, we've contracted with Lifelight to use our ground ambulance with their staff. So we essentially leave one firefighter in town. We act like Uber with a red ambulance. So they pay us for that and we're reimbursed automatically. We've worked with the hospital to try to not do these transfers at night unless they're critical. So that's been a 7-year project to get to a place now where they understand our staffing, the impact on our staffing. We will go at 2 a.m. for a critical patient, but we won't do the 2 a.m. I have a stub toe and they need to have an advanced surgical procedure. That can wait until the morning. So when we have our staffing. So it's been a long iteration. It isn't that we just said, hey, we need to solve this problem by adding staff. So there's been a whole lot of iterations in trying to work this problem out to try to come up why are we having this impact? Part of it is in our ambulance service area. The other part is our neighboring ASA agencies really don't have the staff. They're mainly volunteer. They can't send their little or sometime paid staff out of town for 5 hours. So the impact of our community growing, the county growing, this region growing that feeds this hospital is impacting us directly. So as we work through an ASA committee that's coming up, we're going to look at ways to address some of this workload issue. So that's coming up ahead. I talked about staff that's leaving and what that was with one person leaving, but I also have 2 more captains that are eligible that can go anytime. And I have 1 lieutenant that is expressed discussions of leaving this upcoming fiscal year. So as our department ages, we also get younger. So our entire focus literally is on succession planning, on training and preparing our younger staff to take these new roles because it's coming sooner than they think. All right. Again, no pictures, no fancy stuff.
Can you close your slideshows so the folks
Sure.
on Zoom can see better? Thanks.
Chief, one question for me. We talked about the Uber concept last year too.
Okay.
Remember you were equally frustrated. Are we getting compensated appropriately for those
Interfacility transfers?
services? Yeah, exactly.
I would say, and this, I don't say these are rough numbers.
Yeah.
If you had to say what an average 911 call reimburses the city is around $500 because we have to remember we transport people that may or may not have insurance.
Yeah.
And there's a whole different reimbursement model that Chris is now just learning about. That we're getting some money back from Medicaid patients. But what I'll say the average 911 call, 500. The average transfer, 1,500. So if you just measure work to outcome, right? If you're just doing straight financial analysis, you'd say, well, do more transfers, right? For the money.
Right. Presumably those take a longer period of time, right?
They do.
Yeah.
So the risk for us is we send people out of the city, not leaving our staff in the city.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. We use our interns. We have EMS volunteers I didn't mention earlier that help us with this workload. So it's not every time a city's FTE is leaving or 2 FTEs are leaving the city, leaving us with 2, maybe 3 people. But are we getting properly reimbursed? Every year that we do the fee schedule update, I share that with our billing company and I subsequently ask for a analysis of our region to see where we are. So we're not lagging behind. We typically just do our standard cost of living adjustments. We also do have an outside of city resident fee. So which puts us a little bit higher in the regional analysis portion of what we ask. So that's why it looks like our reimbursables aren't nearly as much, as because we're a little bit high multiplied by the call volume. So we have a lot of people, or we have a lot of billing. We just don't have a lot of receiving. But this year we're on track, close to about $1 million if you include all the other things that we get reimbursed for that are ambulance related outside of our medications that we sell to county residents, or sorry, county agencies.
Whoa.
So we act as the Costco for the region, so that's. I'm not gonna say it's counted as income, but it's not. It shouldn't be counted against our cost, but that's how it works today. Sure, Mayor.
When I run into one of the chiefs. Folks out in the community, I say, hello, officer, good job, thanks. When I run into one of your staff, I never know what to call them. Do I say officer?
You can
I
say,
don't know their rank.
you don't have to, you can say you, they'll answer to it.
But
I'm
that
teasing.
feels worse.
No, you can say hello, unless they don't know who you are, and then that's a problem on my end for not making sure they know you're
But there's not like a general term for like a fire. Hello,
firefighter. Sure,
Okay, I'm gonna try that. Doesn't feel great right now.
just please use all 5 fingers, man.
All five.
Fingers.
All five. Thank you.
I think you probably would address them as firefighter, but do you want to take a minute and talk about what their titles actually are?
We have 3 captains, 3 lieutenants, and 10 firefighters.
Fire.
They'll say engineers, just, that's how it says in the
Oh,
contract.
I've heard of that. Okay, yeah,
Or paramedics?
Same difference.
got it. Thank you.
So our interfacility transfer volume is up 27%.
Correct.
Is there?
This year compared to last fiscal.
Yeah. Do you have any insight on the underlying drivers of those things? Is it just volume of people being unhealthy, age?
I probably would have said, I would have thought it would have been the hospital across the river feeding this hospital, right? Because I have Providence Insurance. It's everything. I mean, because everyone from around here, of your 2 choices, which hospital would you go to? This isn't disparaging for across the river at all. A lot of people come here. Whether they're visitors, they're from out of town, they don't know, they're in the Providence system or have had an experience with Providence, period. But this hospital isn't set up for that. So part of the driver is staffing at the hospital because they know when to staff or not staff. So sometimes their ICU is staffed or not. Sometimes it is. Most of the time it's not. If it's a major bone fracture, so someone from the mountain or mountain biking, they're not doing anything here. Right, so everyone gets transported to Portland. So if they need advanced care, cardiac, advanced stuff, everything gets shipped that direction. Part of it's cost savings on the Providence end because they don't need to duplicate cardiologist and all the other things here. Plus that hospital is not set up for any of those things. So as the population ages, that's a driver, right? So we have a lot of care facilities, which I'll say doesn't necessarily show up in the city census because some of them are outside of the city. So we go on about one call per bed per year. So if you have a 300 bed place, that's about 300 calls. So, and not, it's a myriad of factors. I would just say this is a regional hospital. And we are not the regional provider, but by default we are. Yeah. And that's just mainly because there's no one else to do that work. And so we're trying to be creative with, I'll say, interns, EMS volunteers, using Lifelight as a contractor, saying no to those critical things at night when we have minimal volunteer response. Should we have something big in the city to keep our staff here in the city? It's been an 8-year learning curve for me, balance to figure out what that really means and not push too hard on staff to do these things 24/7 and try to be realistic and working with the hospital too. So they're our biggest partner and a big workload. And how does that work? And that's all based on relationships. So their CEO has been great. Their nursing supervisors have been great. It's just been a work in progress. Just say. If you have the answer, I'm all ears.
Fun,
And I think
ask the
that's
question.
something that all rural fire districts are, or EMS services are struggling with in rural hospitals as well. Right, not uncommon in that way.
And that's not to put the impression on you guys that we're not meeting. We're set up to run 2 calls simultaneously. We're just not set up for 3. Our biggest partners across the river at Clickitat County, but we've been going to Skamania County, Underwood area. We've been going out to Trout Lake. So they're getting pressure too. Their staffing hasn't changed. Their call volume has. So we're kind of creeping across the river because we're their backup, just like they're our backup. No different than the rest of the county. It's the same thing. And this community kind of evolves from mostly rural to a little bit less. The reliance on volunteerism, but they're always looking for volunteers, and we have the same people, and they're my age, if not older, and they've been doing it a long time, and there's nobody feeding that system, and so it's just been problematic. I'll say it's not just this area, it's everywhere.
How much are you concerned about the west side fire? Local option going up, going down, how that'll impact your workload?
They've been a great partner. I mean, they added staff when they had that levy that's passed. It has been a huge help for us, huge, because otherwise any other fire engine that may not come or may be coming from some distance. West Side is pretty busy and they frankly need more staff. So I'm not advocating or not advocating. Would it help us? Immensely. And it's trying to break down the silos in this service to say, hey, we do this job, but we can't do it by ourselves. Just no different than Gary, right on the TVs at a fire station, one of, I don't even know now, 28, 29 now, Gary. There's 29 fire stations around him. And if it's not one that wears the same sweatshirt as he's wearing right now, there's other ones. There's lots of concentric rings of help. So this community's more siloed, but we are doing the best we can to break down those barriers and work better. So even though there's different patches, we try to make it the same. It's just really hard when you have a model that's career like us, with some volunteers to some career, mostly volunteers. It's kind of 1980s that's still trying to fit into 2023, 2024, 2025 type stuff. It works most of the time, except for when you have something that's large or big or complicated or you need more stuff. That's why we do have partners, but they're just literally from far away. So I know that didn't quite answer the ambulance question, but
No, I guess.
any other budget questions? I'll answer operational ones all day long. But
Nobody has any other.
Gary, is that anything? It's quiet. All
Pretty quick, pretty
right.
quick.
Sorry, I missed you. Yeah, quick and easy. Okay, thank you guys for your time.
Yeah.
Just on the agenda, so Dustin will cover both planning and building. So after his presentation, we'll just jump right into the other general fund, which are include parks.
Okay.
All ready? Without further
Page
ado,
46.
just kick this off. My name is Dustin Nielsen. I'm the Director of Planning and Zoning. This is my 7th budget meeting here for the city and my 17th overall. In my 25 years as being a pro planner. However, unlike the firefighters and crime fighters, we're nowhere near seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but.
Please pull up your hair.
That's right. For now. A little overview, the planning department's role here in the city is the administrator of the comp plan. I'm gonna turn this on share, don't I? For those of you at home. Got no share. Can't see the screen on our screen over here. So close. Just let me go to the slideshow. I click this. All right, here we go. Should have just freestyled it. The planning department's role is to administer the city's comprehensive plan, primarily through the zoning code and subdivision ordinance. Planning services the lead department in your transportation system planning efforts, your housing and affordable housing strategies, various land use regulations, development review, and your short-term rental program. Combined with the building department, which is responsible for your construction permitting, specifically occupancy issues, mechanical, structural, and building codes, and fire and life safety. We are made up of 6 full-time equivalents. Myself, a vacant manager position, 2 professional planners, and 2 paraprofessionals who do our front of house work, and keep us really equipped with the information. This staff is supplemented through contracted staff, third-party consultants, professional planners, transportation, subject matter experts, and also our program is operated and implemented on the building side through Hood River County. And that's really been the common arrangement since 2022. On page 46 of your budget, you'll have the planning budget. We make up about, and this is my go-to line. We make about 5% of the general fund. And this year, if you add in the development code, which is probably the largest zoning code overhaul that you're going to see in the city over the past 40 years, that makes up about 80% of planning's total budget. So that's a one-time, well, not one time, it's probably going to be through 2025, 2026. On page 97, not to jump around, you don't have to go there. The building department makes up about 3% of the city's budget. You add in our contracted services with Hood River County, and that budget is about that's about 97% of that budget. So both of these operations are highly they're human driven. We don't have a lot of overhead and expenses. We have human capital, and we're a service organization. So really the budget is anchored around these FTEs and our third-party consultants. Last year, we'll do a quick look back. Again, this was the first year that the building department was really administered under planning and the shop that we've operated before. Some of the goals from last year were to try to stabilize and understand what relying on the building department through the county was going to be, really to stabilize those expenditures. We were going to refill the building official vacancy, which really happened in 2023. So we've been one of our 6 FTE, we've been out that position for an entire year now. We were looking to right size our revenues and our expenditures, especially in the building side. The building department and the fees had not been increased for 13 years. Last year was the first year we did a 3% increase. It was not a sophisticated audit. It was simply the first time that we needed to get this thing adjusted to stop, to really try to keep this department from going upside down. This year, second year in a row, we have gone through the state to take a little more sophisticated look at the methodology for building department fees and revenues. Hood River County followed our lead last year, did an update. We've gone through and looked at that again. Some serious downturns, and I'll talk about that later in terms of projects getting across the finish line. Still, we expect this year needing a general fund subsidy to keep the building department really level. So on the planning side, in 2022, and this is kind of the cycle of projects. 2022 in planning, which would have been FY 22-23. We saw a record number of applications in the past 2 decades. We had 67 land use cases to go through. These are really full-blown projects that either require hearings or require some longer administrative review times. That was down to 40 last year, so we're seeing a dip in that volume. And then in terms of the short-term rental world, last year was the 7th year of the program. We saw our applications go from about 200 at high watermark to 150, as 50 of those applications became phased out. With as a result of them being non-owner occupied units. Current city work plan, we'd like to take a look at this. This is the list of the 2-year work plan and the projects that are on the city's larger work plan. Of the critical projects, 780 Rand Road is now a funded project, and it is entered into land use program. So we've gone from an aspirational project to something that is in the planning and zoning world. That's a $50 million funded project. Last year, we worked on the Westside Urban Renewal as part of the project team with administration and urban renewal. That was an approved plan. FEMA floodplain, in order to maintain our status in the flood insurance program, the feds have stated that we need to do some map updates. We've gone through the local process and really have pushed that back into the feds or into FEMA's hands. Moving that project along, we expect that to pick up later in August. Heights Streetscape, we worked on that last year. That's a completed project. We're now into the process of a development code audit. We were granted $100,000 from the state to help fund that project. It pushed it back a little because we wanted to see what we wanted to get that funding option. They have agreed to fund phase 1, which is the audit this year. I expect them to fund phase 2. However, I haven't seen the paperwork, so you see that number reflected in the budget at its full, city being fully accountable for it. So 5 out of the 6 projects on the critical list really crosswalk with the planning department. Moving on to the significant projects, development review process improvement, that really is really entangled or interweaved with the code audit and the regulations and process that are required by the code. We are working through Acela, which is an e-permitting process that has been used for the building department for some years. We're now incorporating that in the building or into the planning department, which will be linked into GIS. We actually took every file since the 1950s, both planning and building are now fully digitized. I have access to them at a click of a button. It cleared out a room downstairs, which is valuable real estate. It shortened our research time. And eventually we're going to be able to turn this into a platform that is public facing. So the public will have access to all our land use decisions over the past half century and ongoing. And it's really going to open up some accessible options for people. So not only for the staff, it makes it quicker to access. It really maintains the integrity of our records, which are really valuable because this is stuff that really has no shelf life. And it really starts to bring the public, it empowers the public to have some options in terms of a good transparent government. And again, at the bottom, 5% of your general fund. So other projects, we do other things as well. Again, this year, you're going to see a transportation system plan update, bringing the Heights into the transportation system plan. Again, we're going to continue with our building fee revenue program to try to right size our fees. We're tentatively approved for a $3 million grant for space efficient affordable housing. We're one of 4 cities in the state of Oregon to receive this money. I expect to hear about it in July. We've been involved in annexation discussion with the county, working with finance. We're involved in the SDC program, really a renovation of our system development charges. We're a part of the Historic Highway West Cliff Coordination Project with ODOT. As the Historic Columbia River Highway dumps out into the city, we are the agency and the team that is trying to get this thing to not dump 10,000 e-bikers onto your only east-west arterial without some planning. And then we're also the land use department. We do development review. It's our primary job and responsibility, aside from all these other things that I talked about. That's the day in, day out operations. You invest in the city, you build something, you start with this shop. Trends, outlooks and challenges, really, we're starting to see some development slow down, installed projects. Really not able to cross the finish line. These are projects that have been fully reviewed, fully entitled, fully permitted, and really dying on the vine. Right, sitting in this office right here, I have tens of millions of dollars of projects that are not being invested in, that are fully through the entitlement process and really sit. And that's where you see some of the projections and revenues from building are unfulfilled when these projects don't turn from permits to projects. And last year we waited, I think we have dozens of households, multifamily projects, townhouse projects, hotels that are ready to go, that have made it through this entire review process, and just pulling the trigger on construction is not happening. Access to capital for private developments is more difficult to get. The inflation rates and the cost of that money is high. So when you talk about millions of dollars of investment, those dollars are really reducing the appetite of the private sector to invest on these projects. And that has consequences when it comes to our revenues. Planning is oftentimes a subsidy for these projects that really manifest in tax revenue, in jobs, and houses. And if they're not picked up, we can do everything we can to get them approved, but we're not financing these things. That's an issue that we're going to continue to see as these things sit. In terms of the organization, our ability to sustain and retain and attract staff is a difficult issue. Again, I have a 6-figure job that has remained vacant for a year, and my ability to attract talented, qualified staffers is very limited. I lost our last person who couldn't find housing. They were attracted back to Portland. Opportunity was there. So our ability to maintain our current staff, to be competitive in the marketplace is really, it's increasingly challenging. So what we need to do is continue to work on our process improvements and our workflows, making sure our facilities are up to speed, making sure our staff is equipped to make the most of their experience here, that they enjoy it, that their job continues to be meaningful. This is, again, I'm not a firefighter, I'm not a crime fighter, but we certainly need to have purpose. Our job is difficult, and this is, anytime I introduce myself and what I do, rare is it that people are like, wow, that's great, thank you, you must have a great time every day. They're often interested in, wow, that's the job you do. There's not a lot of romance to it, so you got to believe in it. And I think that's not just the director of this department. We need to believe all the way through if we're going to keep our staff happy and keep them here, and again, doing meaningful work for the community that hopefully they can live in. So that's the planning and building pitch. Again, rounding errors on the police department budget, but we try to be important too. So we're here every day. I have any questions, again, the budget is not particularly dynamic.
Closure.
Yep.
Perfect. So folks on Zoom can see.
Any questions for Dustin?
Yes, sir.
It seems like we can charge for our services in a way that people would not quit the project in the middle. Would that be a smarter thing to do?
Well, I think we do that. I guess we're good at helping projects along. I think a lot of people, and there's a lot of attitude about government. Do you want to be helpful or do you want to be an obstacle? I think we do a great job, really a superb job of being of helping projects get to this point. I think this is where you see, they're not dying midstream because we're willing to help and we're willing to step in. and not necessarily be an advocate for the project, but really be an advocate for the city and understanding housing opportunities, investment opportunities, jobs, infrastructure are things that we need to invest in, and we can support a greater community by doing that. Just can't get them out the door. It just, the city just doesn't, and, aside from Rand and some unique sponsorship projects, we just don't capitalize private investment. And that's where I see them not going from there. The part where I can't help anymore, that's where they've kind of been laid to rest. So we try to keep them active, keep those permits from expiring and watching those opportunities dissolve. But at some point they sunset and they have a shelf life and they go away, which is unfortunate because we have to restart. Every housing unit that doesn't get out the door here, typically we're going to go back and we're going to redo an entitlement process. We're going to have a developer go through an entitlement process. The staff is going to have to direct that. Money's going to be invested in it, and we try to really preserve those opportunities the best that we can. So,
And I'll add that we will have this conversation when we have the SDC rate presentations. Because as I hope is sort of illustrated there, the first part of the conversation will be where should system development charges be if the intent is to cover 100% of the sort of city infrastructure costs, right? And the punchline is that it's really high, right? And so the conversation sort of starts as how much does the city feel comfortable charging for SDCs, that it's a balance between not prohibiting development, right? Not sort of being a barrier to development, but at the same time, at least providing some support for the infrastructure. So I think that's the part that probably is the most significant, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the SDC is probably the part that's most significant from the city assessment. Building fees and permit fees, so that's the surrounding here on most development performance. And then the other thing that's the big factor is construction costs, right? And that's been what happened over the last sort of 3-4 years is whatever your project was penciling out or sort of your construction costs were 4 years ago is probably up 50%, sort of some magnitude, right? But it's a significant amount, right? So that's really been what the issue has been, is that construction costs have really damaged a lot of performance.
Along with anything that's financed as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just one thing that the city is doing that's preventing projects from getting done. It's a collection of things that's all coming through at the same time.
And I think one thing that, in the far as the development world goes is, and infrastructure in particular, the cost is the cost. There's been a philosophy that development will pay its own way. And that's kind of been a mantra for a long time. However, the cost is the cost. And there is some, whether the development pays for all of it, there's two sources: taxpayers, developers. How do you share that cost? What's the equitable distribution? That's going to be a forever conversation. And, for every dollar that the developer doesn't pay, the taxpayer will. And for every dollar they do, the taxpayer doesn't. And so at some point, you have to find that sweet spot and that balance. And again, we'll forever have that conversation.
Well, I mean, additional SDC subsidies, or subsidies follow. That's an investment decision, right? That we can choose to make to invest in further development. The question is that the right way to spend the money? And I'm not hearing, my small orbit of this world that it's SDCs that are killing projects. It's the cost of capital. And, pay your SDCs in half, and the cost of capital is still going to be the dominant, reason these things are sitting on the shelf. So I think we've got to also be careful to, kind of stay out of the real estate investment game here. Let those folks do. And I'm sure there are some standards in municipalities of our size of roughly speaking, how much of a cost of a 2-inch water service an SDC generally has to cover, right? I don't know if it's 100 or if it's 70% or if it, whatever, but I would think we should not try to invent that. I'm sure there are examples of successful municipalities where they've established a standard of some percentage of the cost
Well,
being borne by SDCs.
we're gonna have this discussion.
Yeah.
With the SDC discussion, we're gonna show you the methodology and say, okay, here's the number that's justifiable.
Yeah.
Based on the math. And you're gonna watch a bunch of people's faces go ghostly white because the number is gonna be high. And then we get to have the conversation of, okay, there's a balance here. There's a tension between full recovery
Yeah,
versus if we ever want to see a housing unit developed again,
totally.
you may not be able to have this fully, burden this unit. There's value there. So there's gonna be trade-offs in the discussion and, with FCS, we've already started that. They do all the research around, okay, what's the prevailing and predominant approach from, the 36 counties and 300 cities within Oregon, and where do we match up? So we get to fit our circumstances to right size that.
I mean, I would think, full coverage, this whole idea of full coverage 100%, that's as arbitrary as zero, right? That's completely arbitrary. Yeah, I think totally.
Just one, as a person who works a long time and for a developer, I just have, it resonates with me, and we've had the opportunity to work with jurisdictions that have established vertical housing zones, and there are different ways that can help to, particularly like the city of Lake Oswego wanted our company to partner with them on building multifamily. Those are the kinds of things they have a pilot program. So there are, but we are not, I can just profess that we're not mostly planning on building anything. We're gonna be acquiring existing properties. It's just too, like you said, the cost of capital is the primary problem for us, plus elevated construction costs. So it's, but we hope that the cycle will turn here soon and begin to be better, so.
Yeah, we were really excited to see our first multifamily developments, vertical multifamily developments in 20 years starting to come online and come through the planning process. That's a really big housing need for the last decade that is in an area that's been completely underserved. To see them go from entitled projects to bricks and sticks, that's really what we're hoping to realize in the next kind of part of this cycle. So
Exactly.
they're
So
stuck. They're stuck right now. I'm hoping something will help them over the edge. And part of the climate friendly grant that we are hoping to receive would really provide an opportunity for per door, like a significant amount of money to help hopefully get those things moving and excite those developers about spending tens of millions of dollars in expensive housing in a tough market.
What's on the chair application fee, that it's a pretty big jump.
It is.
What's leading that?
We changed the STR fees this year to be, when I started looking at them, the amount of energy and effort we were doing was completely, we were underwriting the cost of the work to do this. So there's a $15,000 line item in contract services, which is different than professional services. That contract is for compliance, online compliance program that runs in the background and sweeps the internet for side host compliance. On the side, I changed the fees basically to say we'll do a re-app and a reapplication. You approve that as a part of your free fee resolution, and it's really more accurate representation of the time and energy that it takes to manage these things and to move them a little more under code enforcement. We've been really much more diligent this year in terms of making sure that the program is fair, that we're honoring the people that go through the process, and compelling those who try not to see a different way of doing business.
Any other questions for Dustin? Next.
I say hi to my mom. She's probably the one out there watching. Let's put on a tie. Thank you.
All grown up. Go to parks. Who has parks? Chris has parks.
It's my turn to figure this out now.
Yes, the general fund.
Yeah.
No, off between us.
Parks on page 43.
Am I not sharing?
Not yet.
So busy.
Yeah, but come back. Yeah.
You're gonna come out, you guys?
Yeah,
It's just.
Yeah, he's got retirement.
Okay, so, going to walk through the other general fund programs, starting with parks. Just sort of as a review, this is the general fund structure, for the city. We have been focusing today, on the general fund with the exception of the building, which is a separate fund. When we talk about general fund, this is most of the departments and functions, that people generally assign and sort of think of when they think about city government. So we talked about fire, police, municipal court is in here, parks, planning, and then the other departments that we'll discuss. City hall is in this as well. As a review, so general fund revenues is about $10.8 million. It is primarily comprised of property taxes, TLT revenue, franchise fees, and then ambulance billings. And so that is the $10.8 million when we discussed sort of general fund on the revenue side. This is what is comprising the general fund revenues. Non-departmental, this is in your book starting on page 29. This is non-specific general fund revenues and expenses that are outside of the assigned departments. Property taxes go in here as far as revenues, TLT, franchise fees. In general, about 7.9 million of all general fund revenues are in non-departmental. This is also where sort of any of the general fund opening and ending fund balances resides. We are projecting a $4.9 million opening fund balance for non-departmental. That would be roughly flat to last year. So based on our existing fiscal 2024 projections, we expect that there should be little to no change in the opening fund balance. Just pointing out certain expenses that are in non-departmental. PageWorks is a group that the city works with. They're doing newsletter and other publications. As far as some website work that is in non-departmental. There is a annual reoccurring contribution to the city warming shelter of about $23,000. There's the Hood River Energy Council donation of $20,000, and then the Saruta Sister City Exchange. This is assuming two staff to the Saruta Sister Exchange for this year. I will also note that this is the non-departmental is also where the interfund transfers from the general fund to other funds occur. There are two interfund transfers that are assumed for this coming fiscal year. The first is a $50,000 Safe Route to School. This is an ongoing program that is run out of the roads fund. And so the general fund subsidizes that program to the roads funds by transferring $50,000 from the general fund. The other is $175,000 to the building fund. As Dustin was mentioning during his presentation, because of the slower rate of construction, and the idea that, or the projection that is going to continue during the next fiscal year, the building fund will need a transfer from the general fund in order to balance that fund. We are projecting about $175,000. I should note that there are some variables that could decrease that. We obviously are trying to be conservative because your budget defines your appropriations. So there is, as Dustin mentioned, a building department position that is currently vacant. The budget assumes that position has been filled. So if it remains vacant, obviously that expense would not be incurred. Now, it may incur other expenses to make up for that, right? But it shouldn't be dollar for dollar. Again, if the pace of development improves, right, increase revenue, that should produce that. And then obviously just sort of any other savings and expenses. But as of current, we are assuming that the transfer to the building fund is $175,000. Non-departmental also has a general fund contingency. That contingency has been sized to be 3.75% of all general fund revenue. And again, that contingency is applied to all of the individual general fund departments. So that is everything that exists in non-departmental. I will pause with each sort of department as we go through to see if there are any questions, and then obviously if there are things we want to cover beyond the council.
This is not just non-departmental, but for a decade, interest income has been like. Never got to teach my kids what it meant. It was like, they're never, like, see that, that's what we get. Now there's like actual interest rates.
There's actual interest rates.
Is there a meaningful revenue to the city from our reserves?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we're assuming a 4.25% interest rate for this coming fiscal year. Right now, I believe the LGIP rate is somewhere around 5.30. So we are projecting interest rates coming down sort of, at some point during the fiscal year. I think this is a very conservative assumption. I believe in the general fund, and I'll confirm this. We're projecting about $213,000 worth of interest income to the general fund. So it is meaningful this year.
Does interest on like sewer reserves accrue to the sewer fund?
So yes. So in the budgets, right, in the accounting side, that is correct, right? Realistically, when we talk about sort of the government holding funds, most of these funds are sort of carried in one or two funds, and then interest is allocated to the individual fund sort of on a monthly basis. Yes.
The 20,000 for the Energy Council donation, is that for like economic support for the staff member, or is that this low income weatherization thing in the snow?
I believe this is a low income Energy Council donation. We also run through another fund, a MCED utility sort of subsidy. So it's good.
I believe this, what's listed here as a donation is our contribution to the Energy Council. Every year we pay $20,000 to, right,
Okay.
for the MCED.
To pay for Lindsay.
Yeah, we pay a portion of Lindsay McClure's role. This is our buy-in to be part of the Energy Council.
Okay, so, and then this low income energy thing is somewhere else.
Yes.
Where's that?
It was in your questions, so I have to go through it.
So your answer says it's this 20,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, but I guess.
My notes in the budget said this would be good.
It is, MCED runs the Energy Council.
We also have a contract with them. We can treat that else as the same contribution. We should do that.
Let us research and review it. And thank you for bringing that up. You know, the little follow flags for that?
I think it's one and the same.
Not sure, but fine.
I'm sorry, anything else on non-departmental? Okay. The Parks Department. Parks Department, 1.5 FTE of the general fund allocated towards parks. there was a reallocation during this year. This reduced by 0.1 FTE. Just as a clarification, so Parks is actually run through the Public Works Department. And so Public Works staff are regularly allocated among sort of the different responsibilities. So we will talk in a couple instances where staff has been reallocated. Most of this is sort of shifting percentages of FTE between departments. The largest expense here is in contract services. Contract services is Crystal Green Landscaping. It's about $151,000. There is a Crystal Green Landscape citywide contract. The Parks is about 80% of that overall contract. Professional services, there's $20,000 for tree trimming. And that's those are sort of the contract of professional services. Facility maintenance, you'll see an increase in the budget to $85,000. This is equipment and park treatment replacements. And so park treatments being things like bark, and sort of, other park equipment being park amenities, swings, etc. Park treatments being things like barks and ground cover. There are 3 projects that are in capital outlay. I will point this out. So Man Park playground renovation, the costs that are associated there is a carryover from the previous fiscal year. During this current fiscal year, there was an $82,000 donation in private funds from the Lions Club. And so I will note this is in red here because this will be one of the budget changes that I will also bring to everybody next week. There are $53,500 in total remaining project costs for Man Park. The capital improvement plan in the book is correct. The number here in this individual budget needs to be increased by, I believe, about $18,000. The other remaining projects is the Wilson Park Playground equipment and signage, $5,300, and then the Children's Park's retainage wall replacement, which is $30,000. These CIP projects are noted in the margin if you want to see details to them. Each of these projects is as outlined in the council passed resolution, which identified the park priorities. So each of these projects is satisfying that schedule as passed by resolution from City Council. Any questions on parks?
One question, not necessarily pertaining to the next fiscal year, but long-term strategy with respect to cooperation between the city and the Port of Wood River, given the whole bridge situation and where the port may be headed and their ability to service parks in the future. Did anything meaningful to share on that topic?
I mean, that's a policy question.
Nothing that touches in our next fiscal year budget or any longer term planning.
I've definitely had informal conversations about where they're going. I try to watch port commission meetings to see what their conversations are. I think they're having conversations about just their waterfront property and how they can best manage that. And I think part of that conversation has been with the Parks District. But does it make sense for the port to continue to manage those? It requires such a heavy subsidy. I also believe that they will be increasing their parking fees this year, or did last year, and continue to do so, as part of the revenue that they used to get from the bridge that they use for subsidize other areas. They're trying to increase some of that.
There's no immediate sort of pull on the city to provide any sort of shared services or anything like that.
No. And then just as an aside, Councilor Polson is on the bridge authority, so the new bridge. And the city does not have a particular role in that yet, but there could be opportunities coming up of what is some of the parks area the port has will have to be replaced or handled during the construction period. They might give funding opportunities or somebody to front. I don't know if it's right way, but front dollars for them that they can access before their grants come through. Those are conversations we have not had at a city-wide level, but I know the port has had some informal conversations about these things. Yes, but nothing in next year's budget.
The park usage fees dropped quite a bit, just
Yeah, so the budget of 16,000 that is in there is the budget. We are significantly below that for this year. And you'll actually see in previous years that park fees were fairly far below 16,000. And so that is that the 11,000 actually might be fairly aggressive as well. And so we just we resized it to try to be more reflective of what we think things will come in. I think right now, year to date, we're at about $6,000. So again, that's a probably might even be an aggressive assumption.
A few years ago, a lot of people chipped in to do extra work to replace, fix up Children's Park, including our councilor, Sonic. That was a big lift because the equipment there was aged out, it was dangerous, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. At that time, there was discussion on creating account, liability account to set aside funds for all of the parks equipment for when it ages out and we have to replace it, swap it out or anything like that. I haven't seen anything in here. We haven't been putting any money necessarily in that bucket.
No, so we have not established a parks replacement. There is a parks reserve fund. Excuse me, there's a parks reserve fund. But I believe that was a one-time deposit that just remains in that fund. We've not established any other.
When you're done, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So this has been like the start of a thing that then never quite got where we needed to. So we did the risk fund initial bucket. And then had kind of had fits and starts of a conversation. How could you have some sort of regular investment into it? But have run into the constant thing of like, well, it's just general fund dollars. So the only way you're investing in it is by allocating general fund dollars. So it's kind of been sitting there, at least making some interest revenue now. But then there was the kind of with that, but separate is the 5-year CIP of actually planning on replacements and assessing where the parks were at, which is something that hadn't happened prior to the Children's Park suddenly being announced for the fund save. So there's better maintenance now, so that just kind of expense, but yes. We don't have a good thing, but I think that's a false connotation we can certainly bring for the future.
I just view it as a liability that's accruing that we have not prepared for, and someday that bill's gonna come due, so.
I'm looking around.
Just be aware of.
I'm looking around the room and only Megan, I think, might be. There was something about the like dugout at the baseball field also that was related to this topic where we were gonna replace that. And we decided, let's make a more general replacement fund instead. Does that ring anything else with anybody else?
That was years ago,
Yeah. But it's so again,
then
it's
three
coming
came up
out
again.
of like, and it's in the 5-year capital improvement plan for a number of years out, which obviously potentially changes. That's just gonna go away. But yeah, so part of this, you know, the 5-year CIP and the reserve and kind of the general idea that we need to figure out how to do is like, instead of being surprised, oh shit, this part is not to fall down on a child, you know, we're actually planning ahead and doing this ongoing replacement and repair and everything. And so I think there's still, we're way better than we were, you know, 7 years ago. But I think it's still something that like, yeah, unlike having different departments paying for the vehicle replacement, where you can do a real calculation and it's coming from these different funds, like there isn't some source besides this general fund. So it's, we haven't figured out the solution, I guess.
Yep, yeah, so far it's just been pay go.
If I may.
Yep, go.
Just as we talk about equipment being unsafe, I want to note that we have a staff member who is certified as a playground equipment inspector. It's a certification, and so we are inspecting our playgrounds on a regular basis. And as you see in the 5-year CIP, I think the parks pieces, things are sometimes being reprioritized based on safety. And then as like with Man Park, where the Lions came, there were opportunities, so things can cut a little bit out of order there. Parks are a fantastic service. They are never going to pay for themselves. And so I think choosing to you know, create a reserve where, say, like we can leave those dollars in the general fund and then transfer them over when we need them, or we create a reserve, but we don't know what we're going to use for that. That's a policy question. Then the last thing I just wanted to mention was, I think it was in early 2021, it was right before I arrived at the city, that council adopted a resolution that we as a city pay for maintenance and repair, but we do not commit our city tax dollars for enhancements or improvements. So we really do look to the community for something that's going to be in addition to our parks. We maintain our parks, but we're looking to the community to add to that. So the Lions have been great. I actually was contacted by someone who's interested in another park and providing some new equipment or support. So folks have really stepped up and appreciate that.
So Wilson Park is an exception.
Wilson is an exception in what ways?
What does the city pay? If there's a budget for Wilson Park work this year.
I think that's because and Adam is behind us and it might be that it's just that purpose at the time to be replaced or maintained.
So yeah, it's not adding expense, so
Yeah,
children's
it's not-
park, we made
it's not
it
overall.
bigger. And basically added a bunch of capacity, which is where we were able to tap into some of the parks SDC funds. Wilson would just be replacing, out of date equipment, but
Right, it's a replacement.
Yeah, and I wouldn't view Everserve as an enhancement fund, just a replace the really old stuff fund, so it is safe. But yes, like you said, that's a policy question. Any other question?
I have one general question. If so. Is there any money set aside if somebody gets injured on one of these parks or if they sue city?
The city
Where's
carries
that?
insurance.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about that.
No, we don't like set aside a certain fund. We pay plenty in insurance.
All right.
And the other piece I would also recognize is there is some protection to the city in parks and trails and other pieces for something called recreational
Yeah.
immunity. So,
I'm just curious.
yeah. But yes, we keep our risk insurance.
Okay.
Okay, just again, for budget committee, for the sort of non-elected budget committee members, I want to make it clear, there is a 5-year sort of capital improvement plan with regards to parks that Councilor Saunders was just speaking about. This is the council improved sort of resolution I was discussing, and so there was a look sort of 5 years out as far as things that we've done.
Park and new equipment.
Yeah, and so if you look at, in the CIP plan within the budget book, there is in the parks, the projects that are envisioned over the next 5 years originate with that resolution. Okay. City council, pages 49 and 50 in the budget book. This was discussed, Abigail discussed this at the last meeting. I'll just reiterate. There is a significant increase in the salaries and wages that relates to the discussions that are happening at council now. The idea is to provide some sort of stipend that would reduce barriers to participation and attract qualified and diverse candidates to seek office. And so these are proposals. It's proposed that the mayor position would be paid $18,000 a year. Each council position would be paid $9,000 a year. I also want to make it very, very clear that changes in compensation can only take effect for any council or mayor position after an election. So these are not changes that are going to be implemented for any existing positions, right? This would only be implemented as at an election. And again, it is in this budget and displayed for this particular year. Again, just so we can look at what it would look like as far as part of the budget if it was an ongoing sort of salary expense.
Chris,
Yes.
I just, lawyer, I'm not. We are going to replace a vacancy on council soon. It will not be we will vote on council election.
I had this conversation with our city attorney today about, this is Oregon government ethics laws about just the intervening election, the intent being that someone who is currently in a seat cannot, vote themselves a raise in their current term. It would have to take place after an election. So we believe that it could be an election or an appointment, assuming the person who is in the seat is not staying in the seat.
That's what I.
But we need to research that more, and I will bring you information on the 28th.
Thank you.
So outlining other expenses, professional services, these are council retreats and other moderated meetings. trainings and meetings, National League of City Conferences, that's a travel meeting, so out of state. League of Oregon Cities Conference, and there's equity training, that is in, trainings and meetings. And then, this is the council portion of the Saruta, Sister City Exchange trip. So this is 2 council members. So the delegation that is proposed to visit Saruta on the exchange is 2 council members and 2 city staff. Any questions?
Travel expenses for them or? what-
This is travel, hotel, gifts, and I think a stipend, I believe.
So it is gifts, connected to the travel itself, but I know you had asked the question about, should we have a small fund for gifts for like when people come to visit us?
Yeah, and I guess is that something for tonight or something for next week to say if I want to suggest we. I don't know, it's a separate line item or.
I guess it would matter in amount because there is, so that we did create last year, and we reduced it this year, the operating supplies, right? So operating supplies last year was supposed to include, sort of gifts and other sort of other, things. And so it didn't look like we used that much this year. So we reduced that to 500. We haven't spent anything this year. So if there was the idea of, I guess it would be more a question of what's the magnitude? And if we would have to create or increase one of the budget line items for that.
You want to suggest something and we can, I think, our last meeting, Chris will wrap all of this in.
Yeah, we should.
All the corrections and changes, so if you want
Yeah.
to suggest something now would be, I think, a good time.
Yes.
Fair. Well, I haven't discussed it with the board, the sister city program at all, so I don't really know a good number, but. It seems like starting with like 1,000 or something, I think that's probably overkill, but.
You don't have to spend it all.
Right, well, so just seemed like a good starting point. And this is one, so when visitors came back in, I don't know, November, and then we had some visitors here in March. There's a sister city program, which is an independent nonprofit, but obviously help represents the city, and they've got some budget that they've fundraised basically from the community and do gifts, and it's a little embarrassing that we as a city are kind of adding to that, so I'd like to make sure we have some bucket to pull from for that, but yeah, I'm a good concept of. That's 1,000 seems like a number.
Okay.
It's been that way since my grandma helped create the thing.
I think it's very common, but it's interesting, so Saruta, the city actually funds all of their programming and quite a bit of our program, and we don't fund our program at all, so it's not a balanced contribution. But yeah, I guess I propose adding 1,000.
Be great, we'll see for the first year and then see what we say.
Yeah, well, I can talk to the board and see if they've got thoughts.
Anything else in city council? Okay, engineering. Page 51 and 52, this actually also runs through public works. This is city utility infrastructure support. It's also civil engineering support and other services. There's a downward assumption from engineering income. Again, this is another city department that will be impacted through the assumption of slower pace of development, permit reviews. This position carries a 0.2 FTE allocated Cindy engineer. This position was vacant during the last fiscal year, but has been filled. And the largest single expense here is professional services. There is a HBH consulting engineer and surveying contract of 262. Well, the budget is $262,000. This is 83% of all operating expenses is assumed in this contract. I believe that this contract is it's not a monthly stipend. It's sort of work based. So to the extent that there is sort of slower than expected activity, this contract would not sort of reach this maximum. Any questions on engineering? Municipal court. Process and adjudicate citations and complaints issued by the City of Federal Police Department. This has, the court carries a dedicated court clerk. That's one FTE. It also has a contract judge, and during this current fiscal year, we have contracted with a prosecutor to provide prosecutorial services. Municipal court revenue is associated is assumed to be $335,000. This is a fairly significant increase over the budget for the previous fiscal year. Right now, we are forecasting that municipal court will do about $300,000 worth of revenue. There have been some functional changes to municipal court that have impacted this, and I expect they will continue. So the first one is, well, in general, these all fall under the category of improved and streamlined processes. So there's a greater citation processing with a higher collection rate. The court dockets had been restricted to somewhere between 40 and 60 citations per per court session. Maria, our dedicated court clerk, has done a great job as far as being efficient with the processing, and so she has lifted any restrictions on the number of citations in the docket. I think we've had dockets over the summer that have been high as 90 citations. The collection rate has been higher. There's been more timely delivery of notices, and there's been a greater outline of what the specific enforcements, enforcement can be. The other thing that the municipal court has done is process through the uncollectible account. And so we've been working very, very hard this year to write off any outstanding fines that we deem collectible. That will reduce the write-off at the end of the year. And so the revenue that we're recognizing as far as citations, we have a greater expectation of actually collecting. So that is what's driving the revenue increase. Any questions on municipal court?
Is that primarily traffic tickets?
This is almost exclusively traffic. The parking program. Parking program has a fairly significant increase in revenue that is directly related to the increase in hourly parking. So hourly parking was $1 per hour. It had been at that rate since I believe 2014 or 17. And so during the fee schedule discussion, this was increased to $1.25 per hour. That combined with parking meter receipts forecasted to return to pre-pandemic levels, we're seeing a fairly strong expected increase in parking revenue. There have been a number of questions that were circulated with regards to the FTE. So there are 4.2 FTE that are assigned to the parking program. Of that, there is what I would call enforcement and administration staff. So one dedicated parking enforcement officer, one customer service officer, and then I'm sorry, this is a community service officer, which I believe is a 0.7 FTE. Marty, yeah. So there's 2.6 or 2.7 permanent FTE with regards to enforcement administration. The remainder of the FTE is allocated positions within the public works, and that relates to management and maintenance. This has been estimated based on what is expected management and maintenance for the Calais machines. So during this current fiscal year, 100% of the parking meters have been replaced with our electronic Calais machines. Now, along with that, we have seen a significant increase over budget of the bank and merchant fees. Bank and merchant fees is running right now at about 15% of total revenue. We have budgeted that in this particular budget. So the bank and merchant fees include general merchant processing fees from credit cards. It includes the fees from the apps, the pay by app, and then it includes fees from Calais. It is a priority for this fiscal year to try to better understand how to reduce these revenues. One of the issues, and we're talking to a merchant processor now, is given the small average transaction, the average transaction is less than $2. So minimum transaction fees that are process for the merchant credit card processing account, I believe we're currently paying about a quarter, is significant. When it relates to these small average transactions. And so we are working with a merchant that has the ability to reduce some of these per transaction fees. And hopefully we could increase these margins. But right now the budget is underwritten at what we are actually experiencing.
So we use the app, so. That 35 cents, whatever you pay, that doesn't help cover merchant fees, that's just to the app company.
That's just to the app company, yeah.
But it's also interesting to consider the cost savings from having someone having to shop around a bunch of quarters and nickels and dimes and sort those and take them to the bank and all that kind of stuff. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think to the chief's point, we are definitely seeing a reduction in citations issued. Right, so I think the idea is that people are paying.
Right. So it's just be a cost of doing business.
Yeah.
We still collect points. Even though they're counties, a lot of people pay via debit or such, there's still points collected.
Okay.
Is there a significant change in profitability? Based on I wanna say it's behavioral psychology, but it's not quite right, but if I go park. And I leave 20 minutes early, and the chief comes and says, oh, there's 19 minutes on the meter, and he pulls in. With the new system, there's no double, like, we can rent that parking space more than 100% of the time. Because I paid and then I finished early, and then you can, like, have we already achieved all of that gain?
Well, if you look at the sort of historical revenue collections, it sort of peaked pre-pandemic, and we have not quite gotten back there since.
And did we have a lot of Dunkins in 19?
Yes, right, and so I cannot tell you, this year will be interesting, right, as far as, because now it's all Calais, and we've increased, right, the parking fee by 25%. So we will, this year will be a true sort of test as far as what this looks like.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have the flip side as well, which is the city is one zone. So if you pay for 3 hours of parking, you can be an hour here and you can move to another spot, you can still figure.
Thank you.
You're not paying for that spot, you're paying.
I remember that, people were just talking through, I was like, oh, that's 2 hours left. Right, thank you.
Now I've said that, so everybody's gonna take advantage of.
Yes. So that is the general fund. I want to note that we had discussed in last week's meeting with regards to sort of the idea of a balanced budget, right? That general fund revenues should generally meet general fund expenses. We worked very, very hard to try to do that. You will note in the budget that we are assuming that there is a decrease in the general fund balance from the beginning of the year to the end of the fiscal year. And again, just sort of a comparison to this year, we expect the general fund balance will be fairly flat at about $5 million. We do not make that same assumption for this coming fiscal year. There are a couple things of note. One is that the ending fund balance is in the budget book is adjusted for the contingency. So the contingency obviously is what it is the contingency. It is not expected that we would spend that. And so the idea being is that we manage our budgets, each department manages their budget to their department budget. And the contingency is sort of returned to, the contingency is unspent. So I just want to make a note that when you see sort of general fund, sort of balance coming down, right, that's sort of one aspect to it. We did talk about the building fund advance. Again, we would hope and expect that won't be the same magnitude. And I would say the same for, sort of several other things that we've discussed, sort of with regards to city council salaries for one, as an example. I don't think we would expect to spend that. So there are certain things in the budget that we've talked about that I should either come in at, budget, so we don't spend contingency. The other thing is we do have certain one-time expenses, in the general fund budget. And so when we talk about the balanced budget, as far as balancing revenues with expenses, we're obviously excluding some of those one-time expenses. So I just want to call that out because that is a change that you'll see in the budget for this year.
Mayor Leonard, contingency amounts 400,000?
Yes, yeah, and it's sized to be 3 3/4% of all general fund revenues.
Okay, so the internal service funds, this began in your budget book on page 112. So in each of the general fund, budgets, there are charges or allocations to each of the individual departments. And these are the tasks that are served by the internal services fund. So we have administration, fleet and large equipment, and then the compensated absences reserve. Administration funnels through the budgets in the form of the administration fee charge, the administrative fee charge, in each of the general fund departments. Fleet and large equipment is a vehicle reserve charge. Both of those are in material and services. And then the compensated absences reserve is allocated to each department within their payroll budget. So these funds house certain either reserves or activities that are then allocated to each of the individual, well, not just general fund budgets, but in each of the individual city budgets or city departments or funds. We talked about administration. So there's about approximately $1.7 million in total operating expenses, of which $1.4 million is allocated to various city departments. The remaining $185,000 is expensed to the urban renewal area. I mentioned this earlier. I'll mention it here again. The administrative charge that is in the budget book did not accurately account for the URA expense. And so the full $1.7 million got expensed to the departments. That will be decreased by the URA. So there is an overall administrative charge increase to the individual city departments and funds of about 7.6% for this coming year. And again, the remainder goes to the URA. And you can see in this chart sort of the percentage, the relative percentage that gets expensed to the individual departments. Any questions on administration? We covered most of the expenses here in the last meeting. Okay. Fleet and large equipment. Pages 118 to 121. So this was established by City Council. There is an allocation to each of the individual departments based upon their expected fleet replacement or fleet replacement requirements over any given year or time frame. The estimated beginning fund balance for this fund is about $3.7 million. I want to note that reduced fund balance is as a result of interfund loans that are currently outstanding to other funds. So there was interfund loans that were extended during the past fiscal year. There will be additional interfund loans that are extended during this current fiscal year. Most of those loans have a very short duration and are paid back to the fund during the period of time when funds are then expected to be utilized. We are also including in this fiscal year about $1.2 million in potential interfund loans. This would be for either utility fund projects or more likely potential bridge funding for any other sort of permanent financing that we approach for the utility funds.
But when you say bridge
Not
funding,
the-
you don't mean.
Not the bridge, not the bridge.
That's why this is in quotes. So it is,
Not that.
it's interim financing.
Could just,
Yeah.
this is a funny year for that.
Interim financing. So for this fiscal year, so budgeted vehicle replacements include, well, in particular, one very large carryover from fiscal 2024. There's about $1.2 million in total budgeted replacements. 900,000 of that is the fire engine. About 185,000 of it is large public works vehicles. And I believe there's a tractor in there as well. I've just outlined here the individual vehicle replacement charges. So you can get an idea as to the magnitude as to the allocations to the individual departments. So fire, again, because just of the size of the equipment, the expense of the equipment, their allocation is almost $500,000 for this fiscal year. And so again, and I also want to note that that will be one of the changes that we discuss as we refine, the vehicles and the vehicle, charges, there may be some small changes that sort of carry over, when we finalize the budget. But in general, the total vehicle replacement charges to all funds is about $1.3 million. Compensated absences. Compensated absences is allocating for payout liabilities which occur when employees leave the city. We try to track as best as possible through the audit the total estimated liabilities for any given period, and then we try to allocate a certain percentage or fund for a certain percentage of that liability. Total estimated liability for this current fiscal year is about $740,000. We are targeting a 45% liability funding for the fund. The individual compensated absence charges to all departments is $131,000 allocated to the individual departments. We are assuming an estimated payout from the fund of about $95,000. Things that will impact compensated absences payouts would be unexpected departures, unexpected retirements, sort of any unplanned or unforeseen departures from the city. And I will mention this will also be a budget correction. Department charges will be updated for this calculation of $131,000. The allocation is correct in the individual payroll numbers, but as far as what is assumed in this fund, it needs to be corrected to be 130. I think it's about 185 that's in the budget. But again, that will be corrected just for this fund. The allocations in payroll are correct. Any questions on the internal services fund? Okay. Next is the miscellaneous restricted funds, pages 100 to 111. I will note that the building fund that Jackson covered appears in these miscellaneous restricted funds. So this is the building department, as well as other restricted funds. And I'll go through what these are. There's a local improvement district assessment. This was established to collect amounts outstanding for the local improvement district for the Columbia Cascade URA. I believe there remains one outstanding uncollected amount. That's what is assumed collected in this fund. Small grants. This is again a sort of holding account. I believe the amount in here is the balance of the Overlook Memorial Brick programs and some other maintenance funds. There is no additional contributions assumed in the small grant fund. Fire geo bond. These bonds were fully paid in fiscal year 2022. In this current fiscal year, the outstanding balance of that fund got transferred to the general fund. There is no balance and no activity in this fund. It just exists in your book until such time as the activity sort of rolls off. The last one, and the one that requires a little bit of discussion, is the Tourist Promotion Fund. This is on pages 106 and 107 of the book. So the TLT charge of 8% of gross revenues, 75% of it goes to the general fund and is the TLT component of the revenue that exists in non-departmental. The remaining 25% of it by statute needs to be dedicated towards tourist promotion. And so the city of Hood River has a contract with Visit Hood River, by which the 25% of TLT that is collected for tourist promotion is sent to Visit Hood River for them to use as far as the execution arm of this tourist promotion activity. So this is a pass-through account, right? 100% of the funds that are received are then sent to Visit Hood River. And so that's why sort of beginning balance, right? So zero beginning balance and zero ending balance. The next set is the CET, the Construction Excise Tax Subfunds. There is a construction excise tax that is assessed on individual developments that is then allocated to 3 separate funds. There's a local CET local defined affordable housing program. There's a CET developer initiative, and there's a CET Department of Housing and Community Services. I will go through this actually backwards. The CET Department of Housing and Community Services is just a pass-through fund to the state of Oregon. Right, so amounts collected in that fund are 100% are sent to the state of Oregon. The remaining funds are a little bit more flexible. And I'm gonna go to the pages here so I don't misstate which is which. So the local housing program. This is Fund 391. This is page 109 of the public budget document. In past years, this fund was used to pay the debt service for the loan that the city took out to purchase the Rand Road property. So all debt service, principal and interest was coming through this fund, the local housing program fund, to pay that. That outstanding balance had been depleted in an amount such that it would not be able to cover the full debt service for Rand Road. As a result, we have made the elected decision to split the debt service for Rand Road between both the defined affordable housing program and the developer initiative fund. So the interest portion of the Rand Road loan remains in this affordable housing program fund, and the principal portion has been moved to the developer incentive funds. The developer incentive fund has a significantly larger opening balance, and therefore was sort of deemed more appropriate to service this debt. And given the flexibility and the intention for both of these to go towards affordable housing, we deemed it an appropriate use as such. And so I just wanted to call that out. The alternative would have been a general fund subsidy for one or either fund if we were to try to just keep it the way that it currently was accounted for.
The source for each of these sub-funds is the same, it's the same construction excise tax.
It is, correct. It's
So there's a couple different buckets that get this, catch the same
that's
income and money.
that is correct. I think that's everything.
And I assume, yes, but like we are allowed to do principal payment from the developer and so.
Yes.
I've noticed we kind of breezed over an important point. I got immediately focused on whether the next appointed chancellor would be eligible for the point of raising the mayor's salary and the council's by 1,500%, which is a real number, is to encourage equity so that people can afford to apply to do them, right? I don't think we talked about that in this group, and that's the point. It's not because I need more money, it's because more people not like me should be able to do this job. So I want to say that.
The move to the reserve and fiduciary funds.
Quick question to that.
Yeah.
Calculation using the other fees to pay the principal. Under the allowable uses type, we have, it's split out 50% for developer in terms of the fees taken. 50% for developer incentives, 35 for city defined affordable housing programs, 15 for state housing. Developer incentives, since we're taking money out of that bucket, is that all money that came from commercial or industrial? Or is that mixed in with residential as well? So I would assume that we took the money based on that breakout of money, then it would have to be spent in those ratios. Or am I reading that incorrectly?
So my understanding of this is that so for residential construction excise tax,
Yeah.
50% goes to developer incentive, 35% goes to the affordable housing, 15% goes to state housing.
Yeah.
That's just the fund direction. And the same thing with commercial industrial, 100% goes to the affordable program. So that's just that's the source of revenues. The actual fund dictates the usage.
I see what
Does
you're
that make sense?
Yes, yeah, thanks. Thanks. I got it. Got it. Thanks.
Okay, anything else? We'll just move to reserve and fiduciary funds. This is pages 125 to 136. You know, these are The reserve funds are just straight reserves. The fiduciary funds, I'll explain when we get to that. It's a outside service that the city provides to the city of Mosher. Parking in lieu fee, this is pages 127 and 128. This is the fee that is collected from developers if they elect to pay a parking in lieu, as opposed to actually providing the required parking. Any of those amounts that are collected run to this fund. We don't have any significant activity in this fund. There's an affordable housing reserve fund. This is separate from the CET funds that we had discussed. The primary source of revenue in the housing affordable reserve fund is the assumed sale of surplus property that the city owns. So in this budget is the assumed sale of that property. And then we also assume that if that property is sold, it is then contributed to a affordable housing development project. That revenue assumption is speculative. But again, it's in there for budgetary purposes, should the property sell, so that we have the ability to put those funds to work. There is the Parks Facility Reserve, so this is what we discussed earlier during this meeting. There is a park facility reserve. It just carries a current balance, and so other than interest income, there was no additional source of revenue that goes to the Parks Facility Reserve. It's just a holding account for the current balance. And until such application is determined, for this budget, there's just no activity assumed. And then lastly is the fiduciary fund. So the city of Hood River provides billing and collection for the city of Mosher for water, sewer, and this year Mosher instituted a transportation utility fee that goes on the water bill. And so the city of Hood River provides all of the billing, collections, and sort of related services to Mosher for their water, sewer, and transportation utility fee. In return for that, the city renegotiated the agreement with Mosher this year. We added the transportation utility fee and we increased the service fee from, I believe, 3.7% to 4.5%. That is revenue that's generated by the city of Hood River for providing these services on behalf of the city of Mosher. The remainder of the money in that account just as a pass through to the city of Mosher.
So, sorry, this 4.5%, does that go into our general fund or where does that?
No, so that goes, so there is, I think this is one of your questions as well. There's some interfund revenues in the sewer and water funds. And so the interfund revenue, the intergovernmental revenue. So there's intergovernmental revenue in the water and sewer fund. And that intergovernmental revenue pairs with the fee for each of the individual fiduciary funds. So there's the two fiduciary funds. There's one for Mosher sewer and there's one for Mosher water.
Is this a net positive activity for the city? It's hard to tell.
So that's a loaded question. It is, and honestly, Will would have more of the background than this. I think that it has significantly improved Mosher's collections. So from a regional standpoint, Mosher benefits significantly from this. I would say that the revenue that we create from this is significant. The process, and as far as the monthly process that goes forward, is not that much more than what the city was doing. There was a significant setup cost, which was sort of charged and allocated. So this fee is designed to cover ongoing expenses. I would argue that it's probably break even.
Yeah, it's just, it's hard to tell from the way the governmental accounting is done. There's no P&Ls for these services, right? So it's hard to tell where these are helping or hurting us.
That's a good idea for our city.
Yeah.
Well, and at some point, this maybe is a policy thing of potentially, instead of just trying to break even is this like, it's pretty standard to have like a 10% admin charge in grants and anything, and so like, do we make this something more like that, where it actually potentially is helping some, yes, in the scheme of things, Mosher small, it's not gonna massively subsidize our water and sewer, but
Yeah.
It's great to be a wonderful neighborhood player, and also I like money.
I like money. Yeah, I think, so, when we instituted the transportation utility fee, we took the opportunity to open up the agreement. And so, that was sort of that was the idea of sort of going from 3.7 to 4.5%. And then at the expiration of this agreement, we can reopen it again.
When does that come up?
I think this is a, I want to say it's a 4 or 5 year term. Oh, sorry, guy.
My question is in regards to the construction excise tax again, is there a way that we regulate how like when people are building affordable housing, what did they actually use it for? Or like what if it changes the scope of what they're doing? Do we go back and charge the construction excise tax, or is there any way that this is being done?
So I guess is the question with regards to how the CET is charged to the ratepayer, or sort of the taxpayer, or how the city is using those funds?
To the taxpayer, I guess, like, and somebody that develops and then changes the use of it away from affordable housing, do we go back and capture that tax, or like, yeah, I guess that's the question.
I was gonna move near the.
I'm using one of my lifelines.
First beneficiary would be the Rand Road development. So to date, I don't believe we've doled out any CET to.
I think so Gary, if I'm correct, you're discussing sort of a change of use. So someone has avoided paying CET because of the nature of development. It went from a CET exempt property to something that would have been charged CET. Yeah. Is there a clawback? Is that the question? Okay.
Yeah.
No one has done it yet. So we've only had one request to waive the CET charge. That was from One Community Health. And that was not granted. So no one has avoided the CET event yet. So the opportunity to change their use and to have to claw that back, no one has really avoided it yet.
Justin, in the creation of the CET tax, I guess, was there a provision in there that it had to be, deed restricted?
There's
to actually get the exemption?
Yeah, there is, and the request has to be made officially. It's not like somebody is just automatically granted. They would have to, I believe they have to, the processes, they have to come to council, they have to make their declaration. And there would have to be findings that,
right.
Yeah, this is a deed restricted unit, it's 80 to 120. So, and that's why I mentioned the first one that would be really viable there would be Rand Road. So we've yet to grant it.
Okay, but there's a legal obligation, the deed restriction.
I believe is deed. I believe it is, or some other mechanism that would hold on to it, but things do happen.
Right.
So, but to date, we haven't had this situation come up to where somebody has been granted a vacation and turned and had the potential to turn it around, nor has anyone been granted the money to where the circumstance hasn't come up.
And at this point, 100% of our CET is committed to Rand Road, so if someone else were to come at this point, we don't have additional funds. I do think ours is limited to 80% or below.
Oh, so there's the two different things, is you can you don't have to pay the CET.
Right.
80 and below, and if you're 80 to 120, you only have to pay 50%, I believe.
But I think both are upon request.
Right.
None of them are automatic.
But also upon like having some proof that it's protected for 40 years or whatever. I don't this was 7 years ago.
We haven't had a circumstance where someone has changed their use yet. That's gonna give indication.
Thank you.
Hypothetically, if they do, we have mechanism to. Okay.
Firefighter is small town.
Small town.
So I think that's it for me.
Any other questions
Any other questions?
for Chris or anyone else? No more lifelines?
I'll read them all.
The good thing was, if I may, it was said in passing, but I want to take a moment to celebrate that the 780 Mandarin Housing Project is officially fully funded. Which is a 45 minutes, no, you said it, but.
Did they get a big pot of money? Cause it had a big gap, right?
Right, so, this, just in the last couple weeks, the, Oregon Housing and Community Services awarded, two sources of funds, 4% low income housing tax credits.
Okay.
And, private activity funds. I think the total, or private activity bonds, sorry, the total project is about $60 million at this point. And so they have reached that, something council started years ago, council directed, it's a real accomplishment.
How many units do you get?
The 129 units, for, is it folks earning 60% of the
Definitely 80 and below.
60
60 to 80?
30 to 60 are the two gaps,
Oh.
or that really been aimed towards. And that's how it was set up. Ours was our development option was for 80% below. They came in and they put their position their property to be dominated by 30 to 60 to be more competitive in the marketplace. So that's the dominant demographic that they pushed for to have a competitive project.
And I'm the chair of the Housing Authority Development Arm, so this is like kind of my project. There's a lot of steps yet to go, like funding's all in place, but oh my God, there's a bunch of like procedural process things at multiple levels of government, so the mud puddles are still
So,
out there.
so, and when you say the competition for, especially for 30 to 60, do you mean rents competing with regular rents or the low income housing tax credit availability?
It was to be competitive, like the OHCS grant pool is competitive, this competitive grant to position more of your units to be directed towards 30%, 60%, a deeper discounted rate, makes your project more competitive amongst.
That makes sense.
To get funded.
To get
To
funded,
get funded, it makes
funded.
sense, because it's a deeper discount.
Yeah.
You will not see those funds in our budget because they will go to the development, they're not coming through the city, we're not gonna see.
And I guess what I meant to add was, and there's volunteer opportunities in that agency as well. For committed and smart
Hey.
caring people.
Don't be stealing my folks.
No, just like,
What is the name?
It's called, Columbia Cascade
Oh.
Housing Corporation.
Yes. heard of that.
It's part of that housing authority.
Congratulations to the city,
Great.
big accomplishment.
Yes. Indeed.
Super pumped.
All right, in that case, nothing else to do, call the meeting recess.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm so excited for next week when we talk about the CIP,
Pipes.
yes, the infrastructure pieces.
That's
Public
like-
Works, Adams and Haley have planned quite the show for you.
Oh, good. Exciting.
Oh, no